everyone. Welcome to Sunday Morning Sprints. I hope you all are doing well. It's been a minute since I've been on sprints, so it's good to be back. Let me know what you guys plan on doing this Sunday, if you are just going to be chilling and reading, or if you have some productivity that you're going to get through. I'd love to know what you guys have in store. I don't know if I have a plan yet, which we're here. I need to have a plan. I am currently reading Talon Sister, which is a physical read, so I'm hoping that this will be the majority of my day today is going to be sitting down and reading my pages for Talon Sister, because I am buddy reading this with Tennille, and I'm really liking it so far. But yes, Happy New Year. I just saw someone say Happy New Year in the comments. Yeah, I haven't seen you guys since 2026 has happened, so hello. Hello to a new year. I hope it's a good one. Let's see who is here. We have Hillary joining us. Good morning, Hillary. Leandra is also here. Hello, friend. Juggling ancillary justice and independence this morning. I might, depending on, I want to get my pages for Talon Sister done first, but I might jump over to ancillary justice. We'll see how that works. But yes, I need to get to that as well. Hello, Ro. Good morning. Long time no see. And Luisina is here. Happy New Year. Tennille is also here. Hello, Nadim. Everybody is here. Happy New Year. Luisina got sick yesterday. Oh no. And I haven't had the energy to read, but I did start a study in Scarlet. Lovely. Is that for... No, I don't think that's for every Christie. Ooh. I had an alarm go off. I don't think that's for every Christie in the book club. Are you just continuing your journey with Agatha Christie and that's your next one? Wait, no, that's not Agatha Christie. What am I thinking? That's Arthur Conan Doyle. Wait, is that the original one? Like that, not the original one, but like, is that the Arthur Conan Doyle version? I know that there's a lot of books that are named after it, but I can't remember if that was the original name. But I hope you enjoy. And Isra is here. Hello, Julia. We have Hillary reading Fury Song by Rosaria Munda. And Hillary, remind me, Fury Song's the last book in that series, right? Or is it the first? I feel like, no, the first book is Fireborn. So I'm pretty sure Fury Song is the last one. You're going to finish a series. That's amazing. Nadim started reading The Love Hypothesis by Ali Hazelwood. I hope you're enjoying it. Bethany is also here. Good morning and Happy New Year. Ro has movie award season starting today with the Critics' Choice Awards. I think One Battle After Another or Sinners will win Best Picture at the end of March. I don't follow a lot of movie and TV show awards. I know that there's a ton of them, but I hope that whoever you would like to win wins. Tennille is going to be alternating between the to-do list and reading. Calendars converged, and I have two physical reads, Talon Sister and Falling in a Sea of Stars. I love the title of them. Both are very good so far. I have some to-dos I want to get done as well, so I'm going to try and balance that with a physical read. I have an audiobook, but I'm trying to savor it. I'm currently reading The Second Death of Locke, and I have about 3 hours left on the audio at 1x speed, and I'm listening at 1.5, and I don't know that I want to finish it today. So I might listen to some of that if I'm meal prepping, because I do have 3 meals that I would like to make, but I discovered this morning, because I made some meals this weekend that we had leftovers for, and I don't know if I have enough Tupperware for the meals that I want to make today. So I might have to adjust what I'm doing. So, but I do have it's like a fake Reese's peanut butter cup, but it's made with oats and peanut butter instead of just like regular peanut butter. And I want to try it. So I might make those first, because they're just supposed to be like a snack for the week. And they sound really good. It's been a minute since I've made my own, like had oats in the house to make like overnight oats and things like that. So I did buy some, and I would like to try that recipe. So, and that one, I don't need like a fancy Tupperware for. With my meal prep, I try and use my glass Tupperware containers especially for things that I'm going to be heating up. I know I can always transfer it to a different plate, but I don't like to heat stuff up within my plastic Tupperware. But I do have, even my plastic Tupperware, I feel like I have a lot of it currently has food in it. I could switch some things around because I think some of it is like fruits and stuff that I don't necessarily need. I could put them in a bag. I don't know. I definitely need to get some more. I've thrown away a lot of my Tupperware, or I've had them break, or like misplaced them. I just need to get some more. Hello, Andrew. Andy might join us in a minute. He's circling me. Bia is also here. Hello. Happy New Year. Julia has been bouncing between Strength of the Few and Buffalo Hunter Hunter. I loved Strength of the Few. It didn't make my top books of the list, but it did make my honorable mentions. I liked Will of the Many better, but I think that the Strength of the Few, for me, I think that it's setting up the third and the fourth book to be like absolutely phenomenal. So I'm very excited to continue the series. So I hope you enjoy it. And Buffalo Hunter Hunter, I know you've talked about this book before, and I always mix it up with, Andrew, can you come and lay on me, please? So you're not covering the camera. Thank you. Andy says, hello, guys. Let me see. I might look it up real quick. I always mix Buffalo Hunter Hunter up with the Stephen Graham Jones, and I know that that's not what it is. Oh, it is. Never mind. It is the Stephen Graham Jones. All I could think or picture was the cover, which has a buffalo on it, and I was like, surely that's not it. And let's see. Are you enjoying it so far? He has a series that I thought this was in, but maybe it's not this one. I think I'm thinking of the Only Good Indians, I think is the series that I'm thinking of. And I thought this was connected to it, but apparently it's not. I think I've decided that Stephen Graham Jones writing might not be for me. I've tried a couple of books, but I don't know. Maybe I just haven't found the one that works for me. Bia is watching the newest trailers episode right now, but I also need to edit a video later. Lovely. Lots of productivity to get done. And show to enjoy, of course. Lewis seen it. Nope, it's Arthur Conan Doyle. When I said Agatha Christie, I was like, wait, nope, that's not right. Well, I hope you're enjoying it. I know that book, I've had a lot of people read that book recently, so I hope you enjoy it. And I guess I should ask if it's your first time reading it, or if you've read it before. Bethany has already had a busy reading morning, 50-ish pages, lovely, of Words of Radiance, and 30-ish pages of Lone Woman. It's time to get my workout done. Amazing. Words of Radiance, that's a chonker. I love it, but are you enjoying it? I think out of the Stormlight Archive, and this is like, they're all 5-star reads for me, but I think that one was my least favorite, which is funny because I think it's most people's favorite of the story. But I think I like Shalon. I just think I prefer following other characters, which I know is a hot take, but I hope you enjoy it. And then Lone Women is the one by Victor Laval, right? That's been on my want to read, but that's another author that I haven't enjoyed in the past, and I don't know if I want to try him again or not. But I love the premise of that one. I think it sounds like it's going to be really interesting. Reading it in preparation to read A Study in Scarlet Women and The Tainted Cup in January. Yeah, Louisina, I didn't realize, because I've never read A Study in Scarlet. I've read some of Arthur Conan Doyle's like short stories, but I've never read his longer format books, like novellas and things like that. And I didn't realize that The Tainted Cup was a retelling, reimagining, whatever, of that story. So that's very fun. You'll get to see kind of where all of the tips and tricks of the trade came from with those two stories. We have Bree here. Hello, Bree. Today I'm listening to The Storm by Rachel Hawkins, and physically reading The Second Chance, or The Second Chance Year by Melissa Weisner. Amazing. hope you enjoy both. Sorry, my comments just jumped. Hillary, book 3. Okay, The Fury Song. Recently organized my shelves and was shocked by how many series I'm in the middle of. Same. So I thought I would finish a few in January. That's a lovely goal. I love that. Good luck to you. Bethany, my Tupperware could use a refresh too. Meal prep gets challenging when you don't have what you need. Yeah, I I didn't realize, I think, how in all of my stuff is clean. Like all of the things that I have are clean or being used. And so I'm like, what do I do now? I do need to get some, I would like to get some more glass ones because I think I only have 5 glass containers. Or no, I guess I have 5 rectangular glass containers and then I have 2 round-ish, they're almost square, containers that are glass. And I do like them better, but they're harder. I need to find, I'm sure that they make them. I need to find glass containers that are stackable because the ones that I have, I can stack them, but they don't sit inside one another. And so they take up so much room in my cupboards. And that's why I haven't gotten any more, but they're definitely old and aged. To Neil, I also use glass containers for my meal prep. I need to get a couple of replacement lids because 2 are cracked. Yeah, that's another thing. I have thrown, like I know some of my plastic ones recently I've had to throw away because they've gotten cracked. And I've had to like be creative and make sure in one of my glass containers that I only put certain foods in it. Like I can't put anything liquid in it because the rubber like sealant in the lid has like come away. So it still closes, but it's just not like airtight, which probably just means I need to replace it, but that's happened recently. So yeah. Bethany, it's huge. Thank goodness for ebooks. Really liking the things that we are learning. I loved Yasna in that book. And I liked Shalon as well. I think I enjoy the other characters more. But yes, that book is very large. It's definitely an adjustment if you like came from like reading a small book and then you started reading that, because I feel like, especially on an e-reader, and it tells you, it depends on how you have your e-reader set up, but I have mine set up to tell me the percent that I've read, and it feels like it takes forever to get 1% of those books done. Sometimes when I'm reading a Stormlight Archive book, I will shut that feature off. So I stop because I'm like, it doesn't matter. Like I'm enjoying my time. Who cares what percent of the book that I'm on? But I do think that's funny. Buffalo Hunter Hunter is interesting. So far, a bit slow. And I'm only reading the first 1/3, so we'll see. Or I'm only in the first 1/3, so we'll see. Well, I hope that you enjoy it. I do know Stephen Graham Jones in general. I've heard a lot of good things about his horror novels and a lot of people loving him. I haven't found one that works for me. And I do think that when I was reading, because one of the books I tried was Only Good Indians, and I ended up DNFing that one because I had heard that it has some animal death in it that I didn't really want to get to. But it was very slow and plotting. So I wonder if eventually it speeds up or if the whole story is just like that. Bethany is enjoying Lone Women. It's been reading really fast. Well, that's good to know. I found that, let's see, what else have I read by Victor Laval? I read Changeling, and there's a short story or a novella. Black Tom, is that his name? I can't remember. But I found both of those stories to be a little slow in their writing, especially Changeling. But I think it's because it didn't focus on the fantasy elements as much as I wanted it to. So the fact that it reads fast, that's intriguing. I find the premise so interesting. Katie is here. Hello, Katie. Hello, all. First time at your sprints. Was happy to find your channel this year. Aw, and enjoy your content. Reading For Whom the Bell Tolls by is it JC? Maybe? JC Lynn? And you'll have to let me know if I'm getting it's Kathy, not Katie. I can't read. I was going to say you'll have to let me know if I got your name right, but it's Kathy. Hello, Kathy. Welcome. Thanks for joining. I'm glad that you found me as well. Bethany says my problem is I don't have enough lids. I It can be a problem. I make my e-reader tell me how many minutes I have left in the chapter and I race it. That's hilarious. I would always lose because I think well, it depends. I think my e-reader, and I don't know if I can get it to stop doing this, but whenever I first open a book and you're in like the credit pages, it will tell me at the bottom like learning reading speed. But of course, I'm like speeding through those pages because I'm not reading the publishing rights and things like that. So it thinks I read way faster than I am. And then I get to the actual book and it's like, this chapter is going to take 2 minutes. And I'm like, nope, it's going to take 30. Lena is here. Good morning. Reading When the Wolf Comes Home. You'll have to let me know what you think. I have had kind of a turbulent road with Nat Cassidy recently, but I did think that book was, it was fun. I just think that I have such high expectations because of Mary and Nestlings that I just don't think it was exactly what I wanted, but I do think that it was an interesting read, so I hope you like it. Lone Women doesn't focus on the fantasy elements much either, but it's very Wild West feminist and racial commentary. Interesting. I think having that expectation is probably important. Yeah, I think that that's something with Victor Laval that I probably just need to get into my head because a lot of the premises that I really enjoy with him do have fantasy components, and I think I'm just expecting us to dive in to those components. And so when we don't, I feel like I'm a little disappointed. So maybe I just need to adjust my expectations for sure. Kelly is reading A Slow AF Run Club by Martinus Evans. It's quite inspiring and useful. Aw, I love that. So I'm assuming, is that, well, it doesn't have to be. I was going to say I'm assuming it's a nonfiction because it's inspiring, but other books can be inspiring as well. I'm just assuming, I guess, because of the title. But interesting. Well, good. I'm glad that you have an inspiring and useful read in the new year. My first read of this year was Serviceberry by Robin Wall Kimmerer, and it was very sweet and inspiring. So yeah, it is a nonfiction. Good. I want to run a 5K. Oh, lovely. I hope that you meet your goal. Are you planning on doing that? Like, have you signed up for one, or are you like prepping yourself for going into a 5K? That was originally my goal. I never actually made it. I ended up having a hip injury, and so now I don't run iCycle. But I I really enjoyed running when I did it. So I hope that you love it. Walked 3 of them, but just can't run. I want to up my game. You can do it. I believe in you. And Leandra, yes, Robin Wall Kimmerer. It was very sweet. And I don't think you've read The Serviceberry yet. I know you've read Breeding Sweetgrass, and I haven't gotten to that one yet, but I did read The Serviceberry, and it was very, it kind of feels like, which I said this about, what was the tree book? The Secret Life of Trees. Is that what it was? It's by a completely different author, Peter something. But I felt like throughout that book, I was walking through the forest with him, and he was telling me a story about the forest. And I kind of felt the same way with The Serviceberry. You kind of feel like you're walking with her, and she narrates her own audiobooks, which I think is fantastic. I don't always like that, but her voice is very soothing, and yeah, I thought it was good. Well, friends, we are at the time for the sprint. So we're going to do hour-long sprints today. I hope that you all can get some of your productivity and some of your reading done in this first sprint. But yeah, I will see you guys in an hour. Go get some stuff done. And we're back. Let me know what you guys got up to on that sprint. I'm gonna reset the timer real quick. Oops. So during that sprint, I did just focus on reading Talon Sister. I got to page 70, and we had like another set of individuals described, and I really like the description of them. They're essentially a set of druids. I won't say much more, but like I like I like the description of them and what they're doing. I don't I don't want to give, even though it's only page 70 in like a 400 something page book, but I still feel I don't want to spoil anything. Or 500-page book. I don't think I'd looked at the page count for this. Let's see. 554 pages of Jen Williams goodness. I'm excited for it. So yeah, that's mainly what I did. I did have a little brief moment off screen because I needed to clean out the cat litter boxes and change the litter. So I did that to get like one of my to-dos done for the day, which was nice. I think in the next sprint, I still need to check out my Tupperware because I haven't looked at that. I think I want to at least get one meal done today, and the like snacky rolled oats thing that I want to do. So I might do that in the next sprint, but I might also wait until the last sprint. Who knows? We did have a couple of people join us that sprint. Jamie popped on and is listening to Bury Our Bones in the Midnight Soil. I hope you enjoy that, Jamie. Not my favorite V.E. Schwab. I did like it. I think I had hyped that book up a little bit too much in my head. I really wanted it to be like my favorite book of the year. But I did have a fun time with it, so I hope you enjoy it. And we also had Jen join us, and Jen says she needs some tea. Just woke up, needs some tea to wake up a bit more. And I think that sounds lovely. So that might be something I do in the next sprint, is get myself a glass of tea or a cup of tea, because I feel that. It'd be nice. I should have done that in the last sprint. I have really been enjoying I got some masala, no, it's coconut. I think it's coconut masala tea. Coconut masala chai, I think is what it's called. And it's delicious. So I think I might go and enjoy some of that on the next sprint. And then, of course, Andy snuggled with me a little bit, but then decided that he'd rather be in his house. So Bethany says, well, after procrastinating my workout for hours, it feels good to have it done. Yay, one more workout. And this program is done. Oh, that's amazing. I love that. It's always nice when you get to the end of a program. It's like a good check off your list, but also like it's a little bit of a dopamine boost because you're like, I'm almost done and I've accomplished, my goal that I've set forth. I probably need to do that as well sometime today. I don't know that it will be during sprints, but I need to do I've been doing some kettlebell workouts to do some strength training. But yeah, lovely. Hillary made lunch for your husband and now meal prepping an edamame miso salad. Oh, I love edamame. I've been kind of obsessed with I think they're calling them bean salads, which is essentially just a whole bunch of cut up veggies. And I put chickpeas in mine, but I have been adding edamame to a lot of them. And that's what I'm going to make for lunch this week. I'm going to have, it's going to be chickpeas and cucumbers and red bell peppers, red onion, mozzarella pearls, and there's something else. I'm missing an ingredient, but I just put like olive oil, lemon, and a little bit of salt and pepper, and that's what I eat for lunch all week long, and it's just very refreshing and yummy. I'm looking forward to it. Tennille mostly worked on meal prep. Batch 1 is cooked and cooling before I can pack it away. Oh, I'm jealous. You do things, or you do it so quickly. I saw on, I think it was on Instagram. That's where I get a lot of my recipes and meal prepping ideas from, and I usually just tweak the recipes. So I saw this person who did an entire meal prepping for both her and her spouse for 4 days for a breakfast, lunch, dinner, and a snack in an hour. And you never know if those things are true. But with the meals that she chose and some of the things that were like, it was all just one. Like for lunches, it was the same meal every day. For breakfast, it was the same meal every day. For dinner, it was the same meal every day. But even that, I feel like it would take me longer than an hour to do that. Ashley's struggling to pick up a book today. Oh no. Now I'm between Lester and several people are typing. Several people are typing. Is that the book that, was that a Battle of Booktubers book that they had Rainy? I think it was Rainy that ended up reading and she didn't like it. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong book. Hold on. I might be able to make your decision for you. Although you can read whatever you want to read. I think this is the book. Yeah, this is definitely the book. I know that Rainey really didn't enjoy it. And I think Leandra has read it and I think enjoyed it at the time, but now kind of sees some things that she didn't like with it. I would be interested in your thoughts, though. It's not a book that I ever want to read, but I like it when books have like people kind of arguing on whether or not they enjoy it or they hate it. Because Rainey hated it. I think Rainey gave that a 1 star. I am on the case. But yeah, Lester, I haven't heard of. But yeah, several people are typing. If you want a contentious read, choose that one. If you want something that I don't know, I haven't heard of anybody saying that they hate it, then maybe choose Lester. I think Rainey, you could even go back and watch the vlog if you wanted to hear her thoughts on it. There was something in particular about consent in several people are typing that Rainey really didn't like. I remember that, which is why it's not on my want to read list, but that doesn't mean you'll have the same experience. Tennille also read 3 chapters of Talon Sister. I'm on page 64 and have just met the new characters. Yay! You're one of the reasons that I didn't want to give too many details about the druids. But yeah, I'm really enjoying that part. In the description of the forest soul is lovely. I'm having a good time with it. Julie is here. Hello, Julie. Welcome. Good morning. Ashley, coconut masala chai. It's very smooth and kind of creamy. I really enjoy it. So it's one of the Birds and Blends teas that I've enjoyed. And I do think a lot of the tea that I tend to enjoy, not just from them, but just in general, happen to be more mild in flavor. And that is one of them. But yeah, it's good. Sunday morning is a bonfire toffee sticky chai, which I'll make with milk on the stovetop. It's a special rather than a daily one. So good. It does sound really good, Jen. I've never had a sticky chai, but I've heard a lot of people enjoy them, so it's on my bucket list. Tennille says batch number 2 will take a bit longer because it's more complex. It needs the same burner for 3 different things, so they can't be done at the same time. Doesn't that suck? I wouldn't want it all the time, but it would be nice to have like 2 stovetops or even like a stovetop and a separate, do they call them a range? Like that people have on their countertops. That way you would have the extra space when you needed it, but I don't know how often you would need it, so I don't know if it would be a waste. We just recently bought a new oven, and because our stovetop, one of the burners was broken. It was one of the big burners. And so I had gotten used to having to like manage because it was one of the big burners that was burnt out. So anytime like I made spaghetti, I'd have to boil the water on the big burner and then move it to one of the smaller burners on high to keep it boiling for the spaghetti noodles and then cook the meat on the bigger burner. So I just got used to that. So now it feels a little bit like a luxury having all of the burners working again. Jen says, I always wonder what people count on or count as time on meal preps. I do too. So I recently saw one that kind of irritated me because she said it was a 5 minute, and she addressed it in the video, but she said it was a 5 minute meal prep, and she threw everything in a pan and then put it in the oven, which is great. But one of the things that she threw in the oven was shredded chicken, and I was like, that takes more than 5 minutes. And she does say, like, she's like, I realize that this takes more than 5 minutes, but like, it's just if you have something left over in your fridge. And I'm like, yeah, but I don't have shredded chicken left over in my fridge. So it would be something I would have to make, which is fine. But then it's not 5 minutes. False advertising. How I usually spend 4 hours doing meal prep if I'm doing that much. It's just batches all the time. I'd normally spend throughout the week on to Sunday for me. Yeah, I agree. It's usually an all-day event for me. If I'm meal prepping, I usually do 3 or 4 meals, and I try and make those dinner meals, and then I try and make 3 of them dinner meals, and then I do my lunches for the week. And my lunches for the week is the quickest thing, because if I'm making that salad, it will feed me for 4 days for lunch, but that doesn't include anything that I make for Brian. And if I am meal prepping, I usually don't meal prep for him because he doesn't like having the same meal every day. But yeah. The time frame, I mean, I think some people, obviously, the more you do it, the better you get at it. But I feel like some things there's no way I could make that much time. Like, there's no way I could make that much food in that small amount of time, regardless of how often or how well practiced I am. Batch 1 was pressure cooked chicken and veg, and I have a garlic sauce. That sounds lovely, Tennille. Ashley says, okay, I'm going to read. Several people are typing then. Funny, I watched Battle of the Booktubers and I don't remember them reading that one. Gonna have to watch back. You should, just to see how you compare. Okay, Leandra. I knew Leandra had read it. Several people are typing. Does have an issue with consent. I remember reading it when it first came out and didn't register, but as society's become more aware and better at identifying issues, it's definitely problematic. So something to look out for. I couldn't remember the exact issue, but I remembered it being about consent. Lena, when the wolf comes home is not what I expected so far. Laugh out loud. Is that a good thing? I made it to page 120. And I think is that a relatively short book? I can't remember. It's in the 300 ranges, right? Not like a short book, but I don't think it's lengthy. I know his book Mary was like over 500 pages. So short for him. I agree, though. It's not what I expected when I first started it. It has like without giving any spoilers away, it has like a weird element to it that I wasn't expecting, is what I'll say. Hopefully you're enjoying it. Jen says, I have 3 things to make today for meal prep. I menu planned and shopped yesterday, and the counter is arrayed with ingredients. All ready to be meal prepped. I also went to the grocery yesterday to get all of my stuff for today. So I do need to make the meals I planned to make so I don't let myself down. Julie says, I'm working on a spreadsheet setup for this year and some content stuff, hopefully to read later. Lovely. That sounds amazing. Prepping yourself for the year. Tino said, I just like a stovetop that works well. My landlord doesn't care if the stove works. I only have one good burner and 3 iffy ones. Ugh. That sucks. Yeah, that's not fun, because then you do have to it makes things take way longer because you never know if it's gonna, if things are going to work. That stinks. Ashley, it will bug me for sure then. Now I'm nervous. If I don't like it or find it too problematic, at least it's a book off my shelf. Exactly. And then Tennille wants to know what Julie's reading. Let us know. My husband will happily eat the same thing every day. I'm the only one who wants variety. I like variety in my dinners. I don't mind it for lunch. And I don't know if he would, if we found something that he really enjoyed eating. But like some of the things that I make for lunch, the meals that I really enjoy for lunch, the salads are really easy to make. And I don't know that it would be something he would like to eat every day. My comments jumped. Tennille, I meal prep Sunday because my time or the time work is done and I might be burnt out and having health issues. Doing it Sunday means that I have a better chance for decent meals. Yep. And I do eat the same thing all week long. So that's one of the reasons I try and do multiple dinners so we can't have variety within the dinners. Because then I just do, like, obviously if I'm going to make a butter chicken meal, so we'll have butter chicken one day and then maybe the next day we'll have Korean beef and then the next day, but then eventually all of those meals roll back around and we'll have butter chicken again. So we do have variety, but it's not like a different meal every single day of the week, if that makes sense. One of my favorite meal preps is a sheet pan, meat and veggies. Like I'm making one for dinner tonight and then leftovers. That's chicken, sausage, potatoes, carrots, and asparagus. That sounds lovely. I love a sheet pan meal. They are some of my go-to. Actually, I've seen one that has some sweet potatoes on it. It's sweet potatoes. I don't remember what meat they used. It might have been a kebab meal. So it might have been like a ground up chicken with a whole bunch of veggies and stuff in it with the sweet potatoes. And it was like roasted sweet potatoes and broccoli and carrots maybe. It looked really good, but that sounds delicious. Small channel actually liked several people are typing. So there's some people in the comments that did enjoy that book. Jen started Lies of Locke Lamora last night, but I only read about 20 pages. My book club's reading it this month. Oh, I hope you like it, Jen. I love that series. I need to get back to it. I reread the Lies of Locke Lamora and then I stopped my reread. I need to continue. I'll do the same thing for lunch over and over and just change the sauce or dressing. That's a good idea. Especially if you're doing salads or veggies. Changing the dressing can definitely change the flavor profile, at least, of the meal. Small China says, I understand the thing that turns people off. Yeah. From what I remember, now that Leandra has talked about it, and then just me kind of backtracking, like with what Rainey had talked about, I remember one specific scene, her mentioning. I don't know if there were other things in the book that she also didn't enjoy. Lena, yes, 290 pages is a shorter book for sure. This is for when the wolf comes home. Enjoying it, buddy reading it with my friend. It was my pick. Oh, lovely. And I'm not sure she will like it. Oh, no. That's the worst. Because then you're like, I did this to you. I'm sorry. Making planned meals is often the hardest part. I think like grocery shopping, like figuring out what I want to eat and then grocery shopping, that's probably my least favorite part. If someone could just grocery shop for me and tell me what meals I'm cooking, I would do all the other stuff. I just need someone to tell me what I'm cooking for the week and give me all of the stuff to do so. Bethany is making meatballs, prepping some chicken for toppings, and just getting some things chopped so I can throw foods together faster. That's another thing I think I need to be better about, is just chopping up veggies and onions and the things that go in a lot of the meals, because that is part of what takes a lot of the meals that I make more time than I would like, is the chopping and prep. And I do think I need to also get better about like prepping like some grilled chicken or just flavored proteins that I can throw on top of salads and whatnot. The reason I haven't gotten better so far with the veggies is I always worry about them going bad. And I think if I get better about sticking to a meal plan throughout the week and say, this is what we're having this day, this is what we're having this day, even if I don't prep them on the weekend, then I don't have to worry about the veggies going bad after I've cut them up. Tennille, this is Julie. Tennille, I think I'm going to be trying to find a reread since I've been trying a bunch of books and nothing is sticking. Oh no. Yeah, a reread definitely maybe pull you out of not a reading slump, but like of the non-desire to read or the none. Like it's hard whenever you get in that mode where you are picking up multiple books and it's just nothing is making your brain happy. And so then you're just struggling to pick up more and more books. So yeah, maybe try an old favorite. A small channel is currently listening to No More Tears, the Dark Secrets of Johnson and Johnson. Interesting. I'm assuming that's a nonfiction just due to the title. hopefully you're enjoying it, or at least that it's informative. Sweet potatoes go really well with beef cubes. Interesting. So I don't have sweet potatoes often, because I feel like I love it when I have sweet potatoes like out at restaurants, but I feel like I never make them quite correctly. And so the last meal that I made at home was like a buffalo chicken sweet potato dish that you put the buffalo chicken on top of the sweet potato and have like a almost like a blue cheese sauce with it, and it was really good. But it was kind of a pain in the butt to make. So if I could do a sheet pan meal, I think it would be one that I could continue to use. Bethany says, I do the planning, but make my husband shop. I don't know that I'd want to do that. If I send Brian to the store, he gets distracted and brings home a whole bunch of snacks that we don't need in the house, which might not be a bad thing sometimes, but I don't need a whole bunch of snacks in the house. I'll just continue to eat all day long. Danielle says my meals this time are chicken, veg, garlic, and garlic sauce, and then chicken, raw veg, and balsamic, and then beef, lentil, veg pasta with sauce. Those all sound delicious. I've never made lentils. I've tried them, like I've eaten them, but I've never made them myself. And so they're intimidating to me for some reason. And I know you make them in a lot of your meals. I need to try it out. Bethany says, pop those cut veggies into mason jars. They last all week, no problem. Interesting. That's another thing I need to invest in. We have some mason jars, but I got like the little short squatty ones because I used to make overnight oats, but those would work for veggies and they're short, so they wouldn't take up a ton of room. I might have to do that, Bethany. Tennille says I use frozen diced veggies when possible, cheaper in Canada because of the cold and easier for accessibility reasons. Yeah, when chopping a lot, my finger joints bend the wrong way. Oh no, because of connective tissue issues. That's awful. So yeah, frozen veggies definitely work better, and it saves time. I really enjoy. There's certain veggies that I think I like better frozen, like edamame. I like getting those in just a frozen bag. I also like the vegetable medleys that they have that are frozen. The one that I get has like lima beans, green beans, carrots, and there's something else, corn maybe. And I like that vegetable medley. But like broccoli and like cucumbers I think would be weird frozen. Although you don't really cook with those. Zucchinis are fine frozen too. Yeah, I guess broccoli and cauliflower, like kind of the not leafy, but like, what do you call those? The ones that have florets on them, I don't like as well frozen as I do fresh. But totally makes sense. Makes it easier for you, which is the important thing. Well, friends, we are ready for another sprint. Had a couple more comments come in though. Jen says, my cat is stocking toys now that he's finished his breakfast. The power of the paw. I love that, Jen. Andy is conked out in his bed because he's had his breakfast, and so now it's time for a cat nap. Rachel is here. Hello, Rachel. Just finished your book and I started in the TBR-a-thon sprints yesterday. Yay! I'm new to sprints, so this is my first book. I started and finished in sprints. Congratulations. I hope you liked it. That's amazing. What are your plans now? Are you planning on doing some productivity, giving yourself a little bit of a break? Maybe doing a cozy activity? I know that a lot of the TBR-a-thon events have some cozy activities, some hobbies that you could do. And then, we're also all here for productivity. We've been talking about meal prepping and just getting things done for the week ahead. So yay, congratulations. That's amazing. Welcome to sprints. Danielle says, you're mighty hunter, Jen. Ashley, wish I had the freezer space and motivation for meal prep. I don't freeze a lot of mine. I just eat them throughout the week, which is a little intimidating because you have to eat them. Otherwise, obviously they go bad. But I need to get better about making some that I can pop in the freezer. But freezer meals have always been a little bit more intimidating to me because I never know how something's going to thaw, if that makes sense. But you live, you learn. Sometimes we just got to try stuff out and see if it works. But I definitely understand that it's not for everybody. Tennille, I rarely freeze either. Sometimes I freeze Friday's portions. Yeah, I have thought about like certain meals, especially ones. I've heard some things with rice that you shouldn't, that rice is something that is not as good to keep in the refrigerator for meal prepping. And so I've almost thought about, though, just making like the toppings for the rice and then making the rice fresh on the night of instead of putting that into a meal prep container. But once again, we live, we learn. You got to figure out what works for you. Rachel says, oh my goodness, it's almost 3 a.m. in Australia, but I might start a new book and see if I can stay awake. Oh, friend, don't worry. You can go to sleep. It's okay. I mean, we'll be here for you if you want to continue reading, but wow. Well, thanks for hanging out with us at 3 a.m. That's amazing. Ashley says, I do make bean and cheese burritos for a freezer for grab and go, but nothing healthy. I love that though. I've made those like chicken and cheese and garlic burritos that are freezing and grab and go for lunches. Hey, it's better than, going to a Taco Bell for lunch or whatever. Julia says, no reading, but we're prepping a new fridge this week, making sure I know where the water shutoff valve is and getting lunch started. Well, that's nerve-wracking and exciting, Julia. I hope it goes well. Tennille says rice works, but only for 3 or 4 days in the fridge or it gets iffy. Yeah, that's what I've heard. Fiction Addiction is here. Hello. Happy New Year. Everyone, it's your first reading sprints of the year. Yay. Well, welcome. Glad that we can have your first sprints of the year. Tennille says, at least basmati. I've heard it just for rice in general, but yeah. Unless you're doing fried rice, in which case day-old fridge rice is what you want. Oh, interesting. Yum, chicken and cheese. It would be good too. It is. I have enjoyed my chicken and cheese, and I put garlic like in the cheese sauce, and it was tasty. I've also added like buffalo sauce to it to make like a buffalo chicken and cheese, and it was good too. Anyway, we're replacing our 15 plus old year fridge that has, before it has issues. Okay. Caught a good deal on the one we're getting. Amazing. I love that. Well, I hope everything goes well with it, Julia. Okay, friends, we are going to go into our next sprint. I will see you guys in an hour. Go get some stuff done. Or don't. Sit and chill out, whatever you need to do. And I'll see you guys in an hour. Hello, friends. Welcome back from another sprint. Let me know what you guys got up to. I did not read much that sprint as far as my physical read. I got to page 75 because I finished the chapter that I was on. And I'm still really liking Talon Sister. I love the world that's being created. And the character, I don't know how much I want to say because some of it that I think I found out are spoilers, but I really enjoy the world. I really enjoy the fantasy elements within the world are very fun, because you have like griffins and you have druids, and so it's very much like high fantasy lore, but you also have this war that's going on too that's affected by like Titan bones and Titans. That very much reminds me of like John Gwynn's series, The Fury of the Gods. Or sorry, that's not the series name. It's Bloodsworn Saga. The last book in that series is Fury of the Gods. But I don't know. A lot of things are happening that I'm enjoying. So that's good. I did, because of the fact that I didn't read much of Talon Sister, I did end up meal prepping a little bit. So I got my snacky, like my oat kind of Reese's peanut butter cups made. So they're sitting on or in the freezer right now, setting. And I mean, I tasted like the base, like the oat base, and it's really good. So I think that they will turn out well, and it'll be a good little snack for the week. So I meal prepped those, and then I also started to meal prep my salads for the week. But I didn't get that quite done. And I think I will end up making one meal for like what I had planned on. So I need to look at the 3 that I had planned for this week and figure out which one is like the most complicated to make, because I like to do those so I don't have to cook complicated meals on a weeknight, and probably make that because I do think I have enough Tupperware to make one meal. Usually one meal that I make makes 4 servings. So it'll do two separate dinners for me and my husband. So anyway, a lot of things were done, and we're not even done with sprints yet. We've got one more to go. So let's see. I know my comments. Oh, here we are. Molly popped by to hit the like button. Thank you, Molly. I appreciate it. And then okay. Kin's Corner. Is it Keen? Keen or Kin? You'll have to let me know. I have almost finished editing my next video and started washing my bedding. Lovely. Lots of productivity. Jess is here. Hello, Jess. Long time no see. Exactly. Happy holiday season. Yes. Happy New Year. Going to be finishing, hopefully, Shadow of the Gods today. Oh my goodness. Speaking of John Gwynn. How funny. Are you enjoying it? I really like that series, even though I haven't finished it yet. But I do want to finish The Fury of the Gods this year. Hopefully soon. I am hoping that within, I'm going to say the first quarter of the year is my goal to get that done, because my January TBR is already pretty much set. But that is a series I would like to finish this year because I really enjoyed it. And it's a shame that I haven't picked it back up. Bethany made and ate lunch. And as part of that, we made a white sauce for my lunches. Lovely. Tennille finished today's sections of Talon Sister. Lovely. I've got one more chapter, Tennille, and then I'll be caught up with you and listen to a bit of Summon the Keeper while working on meal prep. Amazing. Ashley is on page 87. Hard to put down. Oh my goodness. Thanks for picking this one. Definitely hooked. Haven't gotten to the consent part yet, though. Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, it's like mid-book, I think. Drank my tea. So Jen, which, oh yeah, you told us it was the sticky chai tea, or the sticky toffee. It was sticky toffee chai, I think. It sounded delicious. Realize I didn't, or I did book, or you did, or you did or you didn't book a Pilates class. I think it's you didn't book a Pilates class when I tried to cancel for today. Oh, all for the best. Hey, it worked out. You didn't book it because you knew, past you knew that you were going to need to cancel anyway. Jamie had breakfast, continued to bury our bones. I have about 3 hours left in the audiobook. You're flying through it. Julia made and ate lunch and did some dishes, but still more to do. Always have dishes to do. Yes, I agree. Read a bit more of Strength of the Few. Yeah, one of the things that I did do while I was meal prepping was we had a dishwasher full of dishes. So I put up the dishes, kind of tidied the kitchen in preparation for making the salad, because I always make a little bit of a mess as I'm chopping veggies and things like that. So if I can have a clean kitchen before I make the mess, it's better. Bethany listened to Royal Assassin, actively working my way through the live ship traders, but I'm taking a break between the first and the second book, filling the gap with Farseer listen since it's been a year. Yeah, that's smart, especially if you're going to continue on to, I don't remember the series that's after live ship, but it goes back to Fitz. So having a reminder of that series does sound like a smart thing to do. I think I have decided to not continue with live ship. I know a lot of people are probably gonna be mad at that decision. I don't know. I might change my mind, but I wasn't clicking with it, and it's such a long book. I think I might just skip live ship and go straight into the next Fitz series, because I loved the Farseer trilogy. And I kind of missed the world, but it's just taking me such a long time to get through live ship traders that it's almost making me not want to read it. And I mean, there were other reasons that I didn't really want to read it, but I don't know. I might change my mind. Okay, Ken, good. Thank you. Currently reading The Wolf King by Lauren. I'm not going to try the last name. Amazing. Are you enjoying it? Jen, my local independent, which is gigantic, is completely sold out. Of The Will of the Many. Oh no. And I was debating if I wanted to try and read it this month with whoever picks it up in the manor, but maybe not. Yeah, that stinks. I'm a little shocked that they're completely sold out. I mean, that's amazing. I'm glad that the book is getting that much traction. I do know that it definitely varies depending on where you're at, because I know like our library has a ton of options for The Will of the Many because of how popular it's been. But I know I've talked to Leandra, and her library, I think, has one copy, which is why there's such a long wait. And there's a long wait at my library too, but it's not comparable because of the fact I think that my library had 32 separate copies for people. And I think since her library had one, and we had the exact same amount of people waiting for the book. It's like, yeah, it's going to be like years before the people in her library system are going to be able to access it. And it's also expensive. So yeah, if you can buy it from an independent bookstore, that'd be great. But I understand if you have to wait. If you have to wait, maybe it just means it's not the right time right now. That's okay. It'll still be there whenever it's back on the shelves. Ken says The Fury of the Gods and all of the Bloodsworn Saga is so good. I'm planning to dive into Faithful and the Fallen this year. Oh my goodness. I loved The Faithful and the Fallen. I've read Malice. I don't remember what the second book is. And then I just finished Ruin. So I'm waiting to get to Wrath. And I'm excited because the end of the third book, oh my gosh, it's so good. As far as a comparison, I really liked both series. I do think that I enjoyed, oh, that's not true. I was gonna say I enjoyed the cast of characters in The Faithful and the Fallen better, but there are certain characters in the Bloodsworn Saga that I really like. So I like both of them. They're amazing. I hope you have a good time with it. Bethany need to clean your kitchen before you meal prep. So now I'm procrastinating again. I understand. Jen bought a ticket for the Heather Fawcett and Lainey Taylor talk at my local in March. Oh my goodness, very excited. The new book is part of the ticket price. The Agnes Albert's Mystical Cat Shelter, I think is what the title is. If I didn't butcher it, I just pre-ordered that book. Oh my gosh, I'm so jealous, Jen. I hope you have such a fun time. That's so exciting. Bethany put Ship of Magic down for a year before you went back and really loved it, but you definitely have to be in the right headspace for it. I think, plus the perspective shifts are different. They are. And I think part of that was part of my issue when I first picked it up, was that I think I was just expecting something different. But I'm having trouble caring about what's happening in the story. And I'm not connecting with any of the characters or their plight. So I guess I do connect with people on the fact that they hate Kyle. That I agree with. But yeah, I'm just struggling with the series. So we'll see what happens. Maybe I'll come back to it. Like you said, it could be years out that maybe I come back to it. Julia said, Will of the Many was one of my blind purchases just based on recommendation. Turned out to be one of my best reads of last year, so it was a good decision. Yay! I'm so glad you loved it. It's so good. It's so good. Ken says, John Gwynne is such a good author, in my opinion, but I have only read the trilogy. Orca in Bloodsworn has my heart. That's actually the character I was thinking of when I was saying that I think I like the characters in Faithful and the Fallen better. Orca would sway me because she's my favorite character in that series as well. Hello, just finished The Dark is Rising and moving on to the Veronica Speedwell. How's everyone doing? We're doing good. How are you? Oh my goodness. Okay, so you're the first Veronica Speedwell. I think I've read that one. I haven't continued with that series, but I need to. Good. I hope you enjoyed The Dark is Rising. Is that book, why do I recognize that title? Is that one of the sequels to Red Rising? I don't know if the word rising is the reason that I'm thinking of that, but I hope you enjoyed it. Jen, my library has 41 copies of the ebook. Oh my goodness. And 21 copies, and it's still a huge waiting list. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm really happy that the book has that much traction. And I think it's probably gotten quote unquote worse or the waiting lists have gotten longer because of the fact that it just recently got is it a movie deal or a TV series deal? I can't remember, but I know that it's gotten some more traction because of that. So yeah, that's a bummer. Well, I hope that your local independent bookstore ends up getting more in and you can join the read along. But I'm sure also there are people in the manor who are probably not going to get to it this month, and maybe you'll have other buddies to read it with in the months to come. Leander says, yes, one single physical copy, and the wait isn't that long, so I guess it's not that popular in this area. Yeah, I just think it's weird that it's so varied and not very, I mean, it's far away, but it's not like we're in the same country. I know that that's crazy to think about whenever you're thinking about how large the United States is, but I don't know. It's odd that it can be that vastly different for different areas. Jamie had hoped to read The Will of the Many this month too. I'm waiting on a copy from the library. Well, Godspeed. I hope your library gets it to you quickly. And then Leander said, having the audios on Audible exclusive doesn't help either. I agree. And it's expensive. I think, and I don't know, the price could have changed because I bought the audio of The Will of the Many and I bought it with a credit, but thank God I had a credit because I think the first book, and I know the second book was like $49.95 if I didn't have a credit. And I'm like, that's ridiculous. Why is it so expensive? It's crazy. Civilian, hello. How are you liking the Jen Williams book? I really enjoy it. I think that it's so fun. And I really like, Jen Williams has I read the Winnowing Flame series by Jen Williams, and I've also read The Copper Promise. And I think that her worlds that she creates and some of the fantasy creatures that she puts in the worlds are just fantastic. But yeah, I'm having a good time. It's early days. I'm at page 75, so I still have quite a ways to go. But I really like the dynamics of the griffins that we've interacted with so far, and also there's like a second-ish storyline where we're talking about like a war going on and some political things that are happening within the kingdom that are really interesting. So I really like it. Bethany, freaking Kyle. I hate him. I hate him along with you. Jen says, I guess it's good for James Islington. He's clearly got a fantasy blockbuster on his hands. Yeah, I hope. My fingers are crossed that the end of the series is just so good. Because, I mean, the Will of the Many was my favorite book of 2023. The Strength of the Few, I liked a little less, but I think it's just because the book was doing so much setup for books 3 and 4. And I love the setup. So I think it's going to be just really fun to see how everything ties together. I haven't read anything else from James Islington. He has another series. I think it's the Heinous trilogy that I need to read. So I might read that while I'm waiting for the third book in the Hierarchy series. Jamie's the third in line. So it could still be a month or 2 before I get it. Unless people could hit that, borrow later or suspend hold, and you might get it earlier. Fingers crossed. I hope you do. Jen says, agree that a big book locked behind the Audible exclusive wall is very frustrating. Yeah, I agree. The Dark Rising is an 80s urban fantasy dealing with pagan myths from the UK. Really looking forward to trying the Veronica Speedwell series. And I'm way behind as starting the first in the series. Hey, no worries. You'll get there. Okay. Interesting. The Dark is Rising. Yeah, I was definitely not thinking of that book then. I'm going to have to look that up on the Sprint because it sounds interesting. Pagan myths. I love books that talk about ancient folklore and things. I think it's very fun. So that sounds interesting. Jen says, I think having The Strength of the Few come out and do so well is really boosting book 1 sales as well. People who haven't read it are catching up. Yeah, and I have heard a lot of buzz around it recently, with the Manor, the read along going on. And I know that while I was reading The Strength of the Few, I've had people mention in comments saying that they are just now reading The Will of the Many and trying to get caught up since the second book is out. So yeah, I definitely think it's gaining some traction. Leandra said, keep in mind, too, that library systems can be small. Yes, that's true. As 3 or 4 branches or include dozens of branches and counties. My library system only has 6 branches, so 1 copy makes some sense. That's true. There's so many little nuances. And I always forget that because I've lived in the same area the majority of my life. And my library system has, I think, 47 different libraries in it. So I am quite lucky in regard to the amount of books I have access to just because of that. Even though I do think in my area, there's a huge fantasy seems to be pretty popular in my area. And so the new releases do typically have long waits. There have been many a book that I will request a hold for Libby, and it will tell me several months wait. It doesn't even give you a week. It's just it's going to be a minute. As Civilian says, good to hear. I still need to read the Winnowing Flame series. Oh, you should. The Ninth Reign is so good. I do think that, and we'll see. I've heard from people who have read a lot of Jen Williams that this is their favorite of the books that Jen Williams has written. This duology is the favorite series. I don't know because I haven't read it yet, but I have good feelings. Winnowing Flame, I loved. Ninth Reign was my favorite, which is the first book. I do think it has a little bit of middle book syndrome with the Bitter Twins, but it does some really interesting things. So I definitely think it's worth a read because it's such an underhyped series. So I hope whenever you get to it, whenever you pick up Jen Williams, I hope that you enjoy whatever you decide to start with. Jamie says, I checked Audible, and The Will of the Many is currently on sale. Oh my goodness. $7.99. The regular price is $39.99. Wow. That's amazing. That kind of surprises me as well. They would put it on sale right now. Wow. I'm speechless, Jamie. That's amazing. Rachel says, I managed to get on the Strength of the Few wait list at number 10 before its release, which was so nice, but I am waiting for the names. I'm number 50 now, but the waiting list is currently 692. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. I do like looking at that stuff whenever you're really excited about a book, or let's say someone recommends me something and I've never heard of it and I get on and there's a ton of people waiting on it. I'm like, where have I been? What rock have I been hiding under? It's so interesting to see how many people are waiting on the books. Jen says, I read the synopsis for Islington's other series, and it seems weirdly like the first try and what he was doing in the current series. Interesting. That could just be surface level, but it was a little weird. Huh. I'll have to see. I hate it when that happens. If it is just like a rinse and repeat scenario. But I'll have to try it and see. I know a lot of people like the Lycanius trilogy, and I do know he's talked about in interviews that he specifically named the hierarchy just the hierarchy and didn't put the word trilogy with it because he didn't want to lock himself into 3 books. Because he said when he was writing the Lycanius trilogy, he got to the 3rd book and realized it was, and I don't know how long it is, but he said that he was a little bummed that he had locked himself into having to finish in 3 books because he called it a trilogy. So I know he didn't do that with The Will of the Many and the Hierarchy series specifically because of that. I don't know if that has any connection with the books being similar, but interesting. Tennille says, my libraries don't have any Jen Williams except The Sleepless. And The Sleepless is the romantasy, right? Is that right? So I'll have to try that sometime. But I think, okay, it's romantasy. There you go. I should have just read the rest of your comment. Yeah, my library doesn't know who Jen Williams is. Which is surprising, not only because I usually don't have that problem with my library. Usually the library will at least, even if they don't have something on their shelves, I'll be able to look it up on Libby and it will show me that they don't have it, but they know that it exists. And then you can almost you can click the little notify you button, which alerts them that someone is interested in the book and they might purchase it. They don't even have that for Jen Williams. They don't know that she's an author, which I am confused by because I do know that her, like the Winnowing Flame series, I think is her better known series, but it's still really underhyped. So it's curious because I still think there's enough people that know about it, but maybe I'm wrong. Apparently I'm wrong because my library does not know who she is. I hope, though, maybe with your library having The Sleepless, if it gets a lot of traction, they'll stock some of her other books, maybe. Because I know that you said that having to get the Talon Sister, I think you said it was this book that you had to purchase from the UK. And that's pricey. Which, yeah, I was very lucky that I ended up finding this at a half-price bookstore, and I was shocked. But I instantly snatched it up and was like, taking this with me. I'm hoping that, I don't know, apparently there's someone in my area who donates to our half-price bookstore who reads a lot of the same things as me, because I will go in and find random, pretty well, like this is in pretty good condition. I mean, it doesn't even look like it's been read, and the spine, like as I've been reading it, I feel like I'm going to break the spine on it. So I've gotten lucky with someone in my area is purchasing things that aren't typically found on a half-price bookstore shelf. Jamie says, was not expecting that. 80% off. And that's insane. I'm so glad that you found that, though. Hopefully someone in here can take advantage of that. That's amazing. Small Channel says, I swear I need to contact my local library for a book. I've been on hold for like a year at this point. Oh, no. And hasn't James Islington said that he might have a sci-fi book come out this year? What? I'm going to have to look this up. I do not know. I wonder if it would be on Goodreads. Since I have that pulled up already. Let's just look up James Islington and see. I mean, it would make sense because I do think the hierarchy has like some tones of sci-fi. So him writing a sci-fi would be something that I wouldn't be shocked by. I wish that Goodreads had a way to order things in publication order. And maybe they do, and I just am dumb. But I don't see anything here. But that doesn't mean that it isn't happening. I do follow him on Instagram, so I might have to go and snoop and see if I can figure it out. That's exciting. Where was I? Bethany said, the waiting list on my Libby can be so crazy, but it's 8 metro areas library system combined. So when you consider the system serve nearly 3 million patrons, that's crazy. That's so many people. That's amazing, though. They serve so many people. Jen says, Jen Williams doesn't have a U.S. publisher, which makes it harder for libraries here to pick it up. Oh, I didn't know that. I wonder if that's something that she's considering changing, or Not that she needs to. I mean, clearly we can still get the books, but interesting. I didn't know that. That does make sense that they're harder to obtain. Fiction addiction. I don't know if this is Jen or Amanda. You'll have to let me know. I read The Sleepless and I really liked it, or I didn't like it that much, but I really like the creativity. So I want to try her other books. I do think that she does some things that I just haven't seen in a lot of stories. I like her take on things. So even if you don't like the story, you'll still have a good time as far as learning some kind of weird oddities in the world. Civilian says, does the notification to get a copy of the book actually work? I've yet to see my library actually get any books I've requested. I have had really good luck with it, knock on wood. I don't know if I don't know what they take into consideration. I don't know if and I'm sure every library system is different, but I don't know if they wait for a certain number of people to click that notify me button and then it gets put into the system, or if they are looking at certain patrons who, I don't know if they break it down granularly as far as like, we know that this person checks out the books that they are requesting, and so we'll go ahead and get those, or if it depends on how many books you're requesting, or if it's all of the above. I'm not sure, but there have been, I would say, 5 or 6 books that whenever I hit that notify me button, the library obtains it within a month, which I think is crazy. The first time it happened, I was like, I wonder what this will do. Notify me. And I didn't have any hope. And then it got to me within a week. And I was like, I have the power is what I was thinking. So I think it probably just depends on the system. Tennille says, yeah, I had to get it from the UK. If it doesn't have a publisher here, it's unlikely my library will get it. Also, our used bookstore has a pitiful fantasy section. Oh, that's so sad. Goodreads can sort by publication date on the author page. Okay, that's the one I was on. I mean, he doesn't have too many books, so I was able to look through all of them, but oh, you can sort by. Look at that. Learning something every day. Original publication year. Huh. Learn something new. Thanks, Tennille. I appreciate it. I've always found that frustrating because I'm always looking for new releases and I'm like, I'm looking back at books in 2003. I mean, I'm not always looking at new releases, but when I'm trying to, it's kind of hard. Whenever you have an author that has like 50 books to look through it all. Okay, it's Amanda. Hello, Amanda. I mean, library and used books. If I want to read a thriller, I'm sorted. I have to go with U.S. suppliers. Okay. So I'm assuming that's just because of popularity in your area, would be my guess. Civilian, maybe it also depends on how big the library is. That's true. Yeah. Well, and that would help too if they are dealing with like the amount of notifications they get. You know, if I have, like Bethany, if I have 3 million people who are all looking at the same books and hitting notify you, you have a greater chance of having someone else wanting to read the same book as you. So yeah, I would absolutely think that has, and they're also probably going to have different funding situations in smaller libraries. So yeah, that makes sense. Okay, friends, we are going to go into our last sprint of the day. I am going to do a little bit of meal prepping. I'm going to finish my salads for the week, and then I'll be back in here and reading my last chapter of the day for Talon Sisters. So go and do something productive, and I'll see you guys in an hour. Hello, friends. Welcome back from our last sprint. I apologize if the timer went off before I talked to you guys. It still messes with me. My timer does not have a sound. I need to do some research into figuring out how I can add a sound to the timer. So that is a goal for maybe my next sprint in 2 weeks on Sunday that I will be doing that. So, but let me know how you guys did that last sprint and what your plans are for the rest of the day. Are you going to go to bed depending on what time you are joining us or what time zone you're joining us from? Or do you have other things? Are you going to continue to meal prep? Are there workout plans that still need to be done? Let me know. I ended up making all of my salads for the week, so those are done and meal prepped. I got my snacks. I should have brought one in here. I got my peanut butter cup snacks made and put up. So I got those out of the freezer because they'd set and they look very yummy. I'm not going to bite into them yet because I think you're not supposed to eat them cold. You probably can, but I think that'll be more enjoyable if I let them kind of cool down or warm up to room temperature. I did get to chapter 10 in Talon Sister. I got to page 81, I think. And it did end on like not a cliffhanger, but like one of those moments where you're like, I need to know, I need to know what's going to happen. So that's very fun. And then I also got to 91% in the second death of Locke. And I have an hour and 20 minutes left on that audio. I don't know if I'll finish it today. I'm okay with, I kind of want to wait until tomorrow to finish it just to kind of savor the ending. But I have some predictions on what's going to happen. And I think that if one thing in particular doesn't happen, I might be a little disappointed, but we'll see. We'll see. Tennille had a lunch and a booktube sprint. That sounds lovely. I need to do that. I need to, probably not going to happen today. I do have some plans with some friends later tonight, and I need to do some things leading up to that. The rest of my day is pretty much full, but I need to spend some time sitting down and watching some booktube content because there's so many like best books videos out right now that I want to look at, as well as worst books videos. But I think it's been interesting to see what everyone's done with the, up until this point, people have done like 20 in 2020 or 25 in 2025, and to see how people have manipulated it if they don't want to do a 26 in 2026. So I want to look at some of those videos as well. You also finished meal prepping batch number 2, and it's cooling. That's amazing, Danielle. Next, I need to work on more of the to-do list and read around 60 pages of Falling in the Sea of Stars. Amazing. Coda has the break room or breakdown, I think, but I don't have it yet, so I'm guessing on the page goal. Yeah. You can always make progress and then, continue on if you're not at the goal that was set. Julia did dishes. The clean mode on the dishwasher ran, so I can load it with dishes. Amazing. Ashley said on page 174, definitely finishing this today. Amazing. Wild. Got 3 books done in Lost for the Library this weekend. That is amazing, Ashley. Congrats. I hope you've enjoyed all of them. Jen, I've been working on getting the veg prepared to move on to meal prep. Seriously, no one can count this in meal prep time. It takes so long. I agree. That's essentially all my salad is that I make for the week. And it probably takes me, well, I know actually, because I started it right after we started this sprint. It takes 30 minutes for me to cut up all of it, because that's all it is veggies. So anyone who says like 15-minute meal, I'm like, you're not counting all the cutting and prep that goes on. Even with a food processor. Yep, I agree. Julia also did laundry. The other never-ending thing. Yes, I agree. Small Channel reached 30% of No More Tears. A lot of messed up stuff so far. Oh no. I hope that you're still like enjoying the read though. Sometimes messed up stuff can, if it's intentional and not super devastating. I do enjoy that type of thing in my book, but it also depends on how it's handled. Bethany did some laundry, got the kitchen cleaned, started meal prepping, and will be listening to Royal Assassin as I continue to prep food. Amazing. Let's see. Ashley says, using Teams tomorrow at work is going to feel weird after reading this. Yeah, because that has, what's the name of it's not something I've ever used, but there's a name of like a corporate messaging program in that book. I bet it will feel weird to use Teams. Bethany, my fridge will be full of good food. I'm so excited. It is always nice to be able to open your fridge and be like, look at all these meals that I don't have to, like, they're already done. It's so accomplishing. Tennille says, my movie plans with a friend were canceled again for tonight. Oh no, winter weather has not been good to the plans for last month. Ugh, that sucks. That's one of the reasons I don't enjoy winter. I also just am not a big fan of the cold, but when you can't, like, you make plans and you never know, like, weather depending on whether or not you feel comfortable getting out, or sometimes, like, especially, I guess, depending on where you live and businesses' comfortability with weather, like inclement weather, but also just how bad it is. Some businesses close during that, and so it really puts a wrench in plans. I hate that when that happens. And like, if I don't have, like, maybe I wanted to go to the store and get something, and first off, going to the store when there's like a snowstorm coming in absolutely sucks, because everyone in their neighbor thinks that the world's going to end and they have to get all the bread and all of the milk and blah, blah, blah. But also, if the store closes and you haven't gone to the store, so I understand why people do kind of freak out about it. But at the same time, like, I understand the need. Like, they don't want to put their employees at risk. Like, I totally get it, but it is frustrating. Ashley says, haha, 15-minute meal is the biggest lie. There are like some like recipe books that will say like all 15-minute meals. I'm like, no. Like, I think the quickest meals that I make are 30 minutes. I don't think I have a meal that I make that's less than 30 minutes. And they usually don't have a ton of vegetables in them. One of my meals I'm thinking of is the Korean beef meal that I make, which is just rice, hamburger, and then it does have like a broccoli slaw, but I buy that pre-cut. This is the only reason it only takes me 30 minutes. It does, like, you have to cut up an avocado, but I can do that while the meat is browning, and so that's why it works. But yeah, 30 minutes is probably the lowest meal prep that I've ever done. 15-minute meal is a frozen pizza. Yep. JB says, thanks for sprints. I got a good chunk of my book read while things were slow at work. Lovely. Thanks for joining us, Jamie. I appreciate it. Tennille, they are likely also counting the chopping time of a professional chef speed chopper. Yep. And regular people don't chop that fast. Yep. I always am so impressed when I see knife skills. They actually have some classes that you can take in the city that's nearby me of like knife chopping skills. I don't know what you would call that, but I've always considered like I should do that, because it would be kind of fun to figure out a more efficient way of chopping things, because I definitely am a slow chopper. I should probably use, especially when I'm making the salad that I just made, I have a veggie chopper, but it's just such a pain in the butt to clean. I would rather just cut my veggies on a cutting board. Maybe that's lazy of me. Julia says, I usually double the time it says that a meal will take. That's a smart idea. Yeah, I usually just try, like, I'll try recipes that say that they're low on time, but I usually always leave room, because I'm just a slow cooker anyway. I'm not someone who speeds through a recipe. I tinker in my kitchen, you get distracted and things like that. So definitely not someone that can make meals quickly. It would be nice to take a chopping class. I think that it just always impresses me when I see someone has really good chopping skills. But then I'm always a little nervous too. Like, if I take this class, is there going to be somebody in there who's signed up for a class even though they already have the skills? And then they make everybody feel bad because no one is up to their, which I just shouldn't worry about that. I should just go. Ashley says, frozen veggies, though, my favorite life hack. Indeed, it is great. Slow but safe chopping isn't a bad thing. I 100% agree, Julia. Bethany says, my dad was a cook. He taught me some knife skills, but I could definitely use some speed. Interesting. that would be fun to kind of learn from someone who uses it on an everyday basis. Because yeah, like having some, making it more efficient would definitely be useful because I do it so often. But you would think for someone who like, 'cause I do that vegetable meal a lot, and you think that you'd get quicker with it over time, but I don't feel like I have. And I do think I've gotten slower whenever I get new knives. Like my husband recently bought me this really nice knife, but I'm like terrified to use it because the last time he did this, he bought me some Japanese cutting knives, and I was opening an avocado and I sliced my thumb open. So I think I get a little nervous when I'm handling new knives, which makes me cut slower. Tennille says I used a frozen package of diced veg, onions, carrots, celery, peppers, and my pasta dish. It'd be in rough shape, I'd be in rough shape dicing all of that. Yeah, it's so nice that they have stuff like that though that you can use, because I really do think, for the most part, most frozen veggies that I get, they taste the freezing them, I don't think decreases the flavor that they have, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And it is really convenient. Bethany, a big part of what my dad taught me is just knowing which part of the knife to use. Use the pointy side. But I did cut my finger cleaning a knife. Oh no. I always worry about that whenever I'm like scrubbing, like if my hand were to slip just right. Yeah. My parents, every time I go over to my mom's house, because we bake together, and one of the things that we always bake together is apple pies, and she will skin the apples with like a paring knife. And I've always just used like a potato peeler. It drives my mom nuts. But it makes me nervous because she, like, when you're, using a paring knife, you're like cutting towards yourself, towards your finger. And, but I have used the same knife that she's using, and they're all dull because they've had them forever. So I'm like, that's a life hack, like making sure that your knives are dull so you don't cut yourself. I don't think that's actually probably what you should be doing, but Bethany says freezing is sometimes the best way to get fresh veggies out of season. Yeah, they freeze at peak. That makes sense. I didn't even think about that. And I have noticed that with certain fruits, because I'll get some frozen fruits to put like in smoothies and stuff. And they're definitely, which, I mean, that kind of makes sense because you want them to be cold anyway. I kind of use them as like my ice cubes, but whenever I can't find certain fruits or when they're really out of season, I do like to buy like a bag of frozen fruit because they're better than buying like the fresh fruit out of season. Tennille uses a paring knife method for peeling. You just don't pull all the way to your thumb. That's how my family all peels. Oh, it just stresses me out. Every time she does it, and it's faster than what I do. So she usually peels the apples, and then I will cut them into chunks for the apple pie, but it drives her nuts. I'll bring over my little potato peeler, and she's like, no, I will peel the apples. You handle cutting them up. Anyway, friends, that is all that I have for sprints today. So I hope that you guys got something done. It sounds like so many of you were so productive this morning, and I hope that continues. But I also hope that you take care of yourselves and get some rest today. I plan on taking a little bit of a break before diving in and getting some of my to-do tasks done prior to dinner with friends tonight. But I hope that you guys have a lovely rest of your weekend, and I'll see you around the internet. Don't be shy. Have a good day, guys.